Yes, thank you for the bot viewers. Alright. God, it's so hot. I'll have to check and see how we go with putting the air on. Give me a second. I feel like that's gonna be loud. Hold on, let's just see. It's not too bad. I don't think that made any difference. God, it's a bit early, but here we are. Let's see if OBS has any mic settings. I'll have to do, unfortunately, with the aircon sounds. Let's add text. I'm not working in heat. It's too difficult. You just end up with a sort of like a brain freeze without it. But what I want to do is make the tail a little more like the body with these like larger droplets. So we're gonna do that. Just pick out a few, just build them up, and then just move the insides in a little bit. Something like that anyway. So still just getting used to using all the stringing programs again, and decided that Sunday would be the better day for this weekend. So it'll be either a Saturday or Sunday, depending on things. So yesterday was at a mate's, sort of too old to call them birthday parties now, but hangout, and was tied in with sort of a mates only Smash tournament, which these days I'm not good at all, and also questioning whether I was even good at all during my college years as well, where we played a lot of Smash. Probably not, but the guys there are very good, or at least very good in their own sort of like group. It's definitely not something that you could just step in to. But it was fun. Had 2 games, lost both, but got one win in one, and lost the other 2-0. But was there to catch up with a couple of mates that were from my Quantum's the place I studied, so from university years. So yeah, it was good. And then diet went out the window with the food, but the food was really good. We saw Uber, like the equivalent to Uber Eats. So over here we've got one called DoorDash, and they use a drone to deliver the food, which is kind of cool. Wish I got some video, but I was kind of just paying attention to what the drone was doing because it was fascinating. So I thought it would land, but obviously that's probably not safe when you actually think about it, because then people damage it and all that. But it stays at, I don't know, probably the equivalent to most people about 2 meters. Most people there are about 2, like in the 170 to 190 centimeters. So about 2 meters. So it probably hovers about 5 or 6 in the air, and then drops a rope that hits the ground, and then sort of shifts itself to unhook the parcel. I think the mate that works with them was saying that they can deliver 2 different drones. One delivers up to a maximum of 1 kilo, and then the other a maximum of 2 kilos. So we had the 1 kilo drone, which was still pretty big. Trying to think of how big it was. just something that most people might have. Any items that I can see? Oh no, it was yeah, I can't think of anything that would be actually about the same size, but it was substantial, like not a size that you could probably buy easily as an individual. Definitely not like those little small ones that have the cameras and zip around all around. But yeah, no, it was cool to see, and yeah, good to catch up with people, and then it was quite a distance to get there. So by the time I got back, and one of the mates that I haven't seen in a while came back to hang out, play some banjo tooie. Yeah, by the time we were home, I think it was like, we did get some food in the city, but we weren't in the city for too long. It was probably about 8 o'clock, and then he left about 9:30. No, it was good. But yeah, I either need to play more Smash or think about just reducing my attendances, because for me, I don't think there's really, like, I think it's just a disservice to the guys for me to be playing, really, because it's a pretty easy win. So pretty much the equivalent to a buy or a practice. But I mean, it's fun. I'm just not a competitive person, so. Sorry, just working something out here. Just get rid of that that butter there, that bot comment. I was gonna add. Sorry, just adding something quickly. Why is it big? let's continue on. But yeah, no, good times. But just something I'm definitely not good at anymore. So I need one of these, like double loopies. So let's yeah, let's do one here. But yeah, a little annoyed because I did do my stream Friday and forgot to tick the box on Twitch that says the box that says to save the VOD, because I was going to use it to, you know, obviously do some promotion, post some things on different platforms, but yeah, never saved, so I kind of lost all that. But we had some good conversations on Friday. We were talking about, you know, hitting certain painting goals, different communities that I'm in that have quite a big backlog of miniatures. I mean, that's always the way. We're all sort of guilty of putting models aside for new ones as they get released, which for the most part shouldn't really be happening, because most things will get released as an individual item at some point instead of the boxed. So like the kill teams usually are released in teams of 2, and most of the people that I know that play will either, you know, buy the whole thing because they want both the teams, or will split a box with another, you know, member of the group and have a team each. So from the ones that are coming out, if I was to buy any, it would be the Pathfinders team? No, the stealth suits team for kill team. So we'll see. That'll depend on how far I get through my backlog, because I've got a goal too. And the current goal, I think, will be to finish the Blood Bowl teams, because they're small, between, well, at least 11, so usually between 12 and, I think the gnome one is 14 models. And they're obviously uniform paint scheme because they're a team. So there's generally no variance. And then so Blood Bowl, technically 3 spearheads. The Seraphim one, which are lizardmen, finished painting that, and then the Skaven, which was the Skaven Tide box that came with the new version of Age of Sigmar. There's technically 2 spearheads as part of that box set, and the Seraphim is very easy color scheme. It's black, so although I'm not using the black undercoat as the color, still painting on top of that. The rest of the models, the rest of like the color scheme is like a skin tone that's underneath, and then a gold, and then some of the weapons or some of the jewels are like a jade color. I'll see if I've got one in easy reach here. So like this guy, if it focuses, yeah, he's pretty much done. Just needs the eyes, and then I think I need to do the teeth. So eyes, teeth and claws just need to be a different color, and then I'll go over some of the ropes that I missed that will be sort of like a burgundy color, so sort of like a reddy brown. And then the Skaven are the style that I've always done, which is red as well. Just see if I can find one here. I knew I completed one of them. Well, pretty much. Again, just the eyes that need to be done. So another red and burgundy. If it's focused. No, it's not gonna focus on him. Maybe this way. No. Yeah, so they're actually very similar colors. Which is a little bit of a problem that I have as well, is that I tend to go for similar paint schemes. So that would be the old world stuff, so Blood Bowl, and then the Spearhead. And then for 40k, probably at least the Death Guard. Because I know the scheme, it's like a turquoisey blue and cream, with bronze for medals, and then like different shades of skin color for, you know, all the sort of like gross parts, and then anything that's like a liquid is orange. So that one's pretty sorted. And then the Tyranids, if I can't get a color, I might even end up offloading them, because I've had them for pretty much years now, and I just can't work out a color that I like without it being like the same colors as the Seraphim. So like black and red, like I will be doing some black and red Tyranids, which is for the kill team, which are here. So not quite finished, but will it focus? No. Oh, there we go. So again, a lot of red and black and yellow, and people would think that my favorite color is red, but it's not. It's actually blue. It's almost the complete opposite. But yeah. And then we'll go from there and just see. Because I've still got some Space Marines. There'll be some projects that I'll work on the YouTube channel as well. Obviously, working on this will be the priority, so it's also getting all of this done between working on this project as well. So what else did we talk about in the last one as well? So we were talking about other boxed games. So some friends and I all managed to get a copy, which is very difficult because they sold out very quickly. Because for Space Marine players, these are actually really good value models. But the Dawn of War set, so Dawn of War Onslaught, haven't actually played the game. Could be good. But those models were purchased for the Black Templars army that I want to build. And seeing as Black Templars didn't get much this year in terms of new stuff, I think they got 2 characters, their own chaplain and then like a flag bearer. So they might end up with a bit more this for this season, this edition, 11th edition. We'll see, but it shouldn't be that important because we had the Year of Chaos and Death Guard got nothing, so it's better not to have faith in, or rather have expectations in what will be released for each faction, because you're more than likely going to be disappointed unless you're playing Ultramarines. So. And most of the Ultramarines, collection, works with most of the other, chapters as well, so. Trying to decide if I like this tail. It's not too bad. just wanna, let's hide this guy, because I don't know if I like that. Yeah, I think that's better. So we'll take out him. Could have kept it there, but it was literally just this guy turned around, so I can add him back in later, that's fine. Those are all good, so we'll probably also just need to build up around them a little bit. Make them feel like they're actually part of it. Something like that. Maybe just fill that in. There we go, that looks good. We'll leave that soft, we won't do any more rocks there. And then we might start building in here. Yeah, that's actually looking really good. So let's save that for the moment. So I also want to give him like a base that he sits in. So like being sort of catapulted out of the ground. So let's just append a Sophia at the moment. Because this will also help with the asymmetry of the model. We will try and pose him as well, but we'll get to that when we need to. The tail might just stay like that, but yeah, I was mentioning before, so like once, I don't know, once we get to the point where we can actually pose him, we'll try and pose him. But for now, we'll just do the once the model's done, I'll make a separate version and then make some asymmetrical sections. So maybe making some chips on the armor. Probably not doing too much with the flow state of the lava, but mainly chips on the armor, and I might file one of the fangs down a little bit as well. And then for the tail might be symmetrical, and then use its own sort of like breaking the earth as the asymmetrical part for that as well. So we'll do that. Actually, that's doing. I'm just gonna give me something to listen to as well. Make sure that stuff. Yeah, alright, there we go. So geometry, Dynamesh, just really drop this down. Build some jagged stone. I might actually get a reference image up as well. So let's go. Just looking for one that is in a similar style that I want. Usually sometimes it's even, I know this sounds counterintuitive, but sometimes it's even better just to look at someone else's 3D model and go from there. So like, these are good. How big's this picture there? Oh, I've got to find it. Go tools. So really it's just about making very flat sections, and then we'll use a few cheat brushes to give it some direction. So like something, oh yeah, that's good, that's good. Push that down, push that in. We'll move that around in a second. We'll add some more geometry. Yeah, so something like that, and then we'll flatten this bottom off. And then we'll just move some of this around. And then just make sure everything has very sharp edge to it. Really feel like this needs to be rather flat, and then we'll move that maybe like that. We'll work out how that attaches to the base in a second. We'll pop that there. We'll pop that there for now. Then we'll do like a pinch and just pinch these edges in a little bit. Just add a little more geometry. What is going on? Okay. And then one that I really like to use, which is can never find it though. It's not clay crumble. It's this one. And then just from yeah, no, we'll go up and down. So something like that anyway. Because I know the one of the couple of the Tyranid models have that. There's a heap of Chaos models that have big, sort of like standing pedestal rocks, I suppose, maybe is the word. So just checking something here. Yeah, we'll leave that for now. We'll obviously add a bit more detail to that. We might just bump the resolution up a little bit. And I guess we just add more. So we'll append another sphere. The good thing about this is we're not using any symmetry. So we can make it each one as big or as small as we want, really. Just depending on how big we want them. Something like that. Let's go back to our geometry. Make this real low. And then still way too much geometry. So we might do a little small one here. Let's physically make that smaller, pop that in there. Quite be like that because otherwise it would fall over. So let's do something like that. We'll probably make them and then place them on their own like little base with like little ones in between. So that's probably fine. We'll dynamish that, add some geometry. Flat top. You can get interesting shapes by making this bigger, and it's sort of pressing on the underside. So that's probably not going to be that realistic. So let's just keep cutting into that, and then we might just move that down. Something like that. Yeah, that looks good. And then we'll crumple. And again. just doing like a up down, and then that'd probably sit like there. Perfect. So I might actually save this as a new one. Having the like the less geometry too just helps with being able to move things and in larger chunks without it still being smooth. So push this all the way down. And my pen keeps getting stuck. Some of them might not even be like completely jagged. Maybe it's already snapped as the rock has been pushed. But the majority of them will. But yeah, even something like that is cool. Why do I always lose where this one is? It's number 4, isn't it? Yeah. Might add a little more. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, another one. So we might do like a really long but thin one here. Yeah, something like that. And then some small ones on this side. Again, just to keep that like asymmetric shape going. You start getting a feel for how the rock's going to form when you like use the flatten tool. It's really cool. Sorry, I'll just keep checking a couple of things and then I'll be full attention on this. Pretty much woke up, had breakfast and then started streaming. That's right. I was gonna get coffee. It's obviously holidays time, and I'm pretty sure the place near me is still closed, even though it says on here that it's open. Because they were closed yesterday, which is really disappointing because I was really needing that kick because I was running late to that Smash thing yesterday, so. And it probably extremely lazy to like have a delivery. Well, I'll have a break at about 1 maybe 12:30, something like that. Sort of the harder you go with the clay thing, the more it sort of pulls. Could probably almost do that for the lava. Yeah, that's better. So this will definitely be a 2-part miniature. So the base, and then the worm, 4 parts, tail, base as well. Thinking this will probably be a boss then, just because of how complex it will be to put to, not complex, I mean it's glue a base to a body, but let's do one on this side then. Sophia. I could use one of the rocks as a base, but you kind of fall into the trap of using it too much as a base model. So we won't make this too different, but then we might have a wider one and then like 2 small ones just to make the back asymmetrical. So pop this down. So we're going to do a small one, aren't we? What is going on? Because I'm not pressing the right button. Yeah, maybe something like this. But then like small. Yes, something like that, and then flat spot there. Something like that. You still want to be able to get in and paint the miniature, so, and I know people have the option to paint, you know, the individual parts and then glue it together, but can't always be like that. Can't always predict that people will do that, so. that a bit more. Pinch. Don't want to pinch everything, because we could pinch that in and then we lose that sort of different shape, natural shape that was caused when we did the flattening. So no, that's fine. Do that one there. We're gonna lose. I mean, we'll probably lose it when we do crumple anyway, but probably go this way, to be honest. I think this is better. Yeah, that's sick. Probably just move this up a little bit. That's probably better. Alright. This guy feels like he didn't get much of a crump. So let's crumple him up a bit more. Make that a bit smaller. Let's really go to town in there. To the point where I think it's shaking my webcam. Alright, that's better. Oh, stretch. Doing a bit of tracking of what I eat. And really mainly just to do with portion size. As I said yesterday, that completely went out the window, but I didn't think I did. Okay, dinner was pretty bad, but for lunch I don't think I did too bad, considering. But if we're better today, then that'll all help in the long run. Did we add the sphere? No. Back here. And Sophia. So that's good. We'll stretch that out. And these probably won't be as jagged. I still want them to feel like they're pointing up. So maybe something like that. Probably don't need to pinch, but we'll do a pinch anyway. Just along there. Because again, the crumple kind of helps us with this anyway, so do some big motions here. Just get that top really, really crumpled up. We'll do some smaller ones too, just to break it up, and maybe some this direction as well. It's very big out here, so I think what I might do as well is just scale it in a bit and maybe make it a little smaller, but then sort of place it there. That's probably better. I'll probably do 2 more for here. And then we'll see what we'll do about the tail as well. Just gonna get something. Better. Just bit of fruit. All right. What were we doing? Yes, another one of these. So, the obvious theme for these sets of models is, or will be, mines / lava, kind of almost dwarven rather, but the other enemies for this will be mole people, mole men. So I'll probably start doing a base model for them so that, you know, you're seeing a lot of the detail and less of the setup. Well, not always detail, but yeah. So we need to drop the geometry down. Try not to choke on blueberries. So if we do one kind of like this size, and then one in there. It'll be a little asymmetrical, I think. So that, God. So that's symmetrical, and then we're starting to become less, so that's good. And we will make this one tall there. Pick that corner back up, I think, because I don't want too many blunt ones. Push that under a little bit. One or two more. We'll see what one more looks like, but it might be too big. So I almost feel like just duplicating that one across, but let's not do that. Let's append another sepia. Just leave that like that, and then we'll add the geometry that we want, and we'll flatten and just see what shapes come out of that. looking pretty sick. I'm wondering if I add some like lava spillage as well. We might do that too, but let's just save that. We'll do. Just want to see what a good render looks like. And I didn't actually do this enough at the start, but I do try and keep some work in progress pictures as well, just so that I have reference for how things are going, and if required, there's some promotional material there as well. For now, that looks pretty good. We'll do the same for the tail. We might make these like way tighter to kind of follow the same sort of pattern as the tail spikes as well. I'm just going to just sending myself that picture. Let's start making the tail ones as well. So we'll add another. These ones I'll probably make a base one, and then we'll duplicate that one. Still doing the same thing. Yeah, still doing the same thing where we'll make it asymmetrical, but using one because they will be very similar in shape. So probably something like that, and then probably not that tall, maybe more bean shape, something. Something like that to start, and you'll see what I mean by making it very pointy. So it's still a little wide here, so we're going to bring that in. Just do something like that. Inflate that a little bit. Yeah, that's better. And then we'll do the same as the others. Something like that. Oh, I probably shouldn't have crumpled it. Oh, that's all. I think these two spikes probably need to come up in here, don't they? Oh, we'll do that later. So we'll duplicate that one. So for this, just to make it slightly different, we'll smooth everything down and then we'll inflate it a little bit, just so that we can, because we'll re-flatten it, which will make it smaller. So we do something. Yeah, probably not that far. Oh, that's pretty cool. See, that's... can't have that, but we can probably use that. Yeah. It's probably going to be a lot more through the tail. I'm just wondering if we do a base with some coming off. So what I'm thinking is we'll go append cylinder, bring that there. Pop that there maybe? Just smooth that off. I'm just wondering if we do some symmetrical pull-ups like this. And just we can fix a lot of this later. Something like that, and then we'll flatten. Might even add a bit more geometry because it is a larger surface before we did the crumble. Like a little one going around the base there, and then if we placed some of these like around it, maybe? We'd obviously have to pop something here. Yeah, and then if we sort of like, just to rough it out, did like, yeah, maybe something like that. So that this one has like a bigger present space, and this one's a little more subtle. And then we might put some like lava overflow on here. Something like that anyway. Just trying to decide what I was going to do when I make some lunch. We try not to take long. I've got some food to heat up. So if we put a sphere in there, it will drop its geometry down so I can move this a bit better. And we go around this thing. Maybe something like that, and just make sure that it's either connected there. Yeah, I think that's cool. So we could literally just duplicate that and like maybe move that over here. I don't want to make this go too low. And also needs to be like looking very flowy here too. Might just add a flow line in there. Maybe something like that. And then maybe one here. Just, again, just to break up the asymmetry there. And then we could probably do the same on this one. But maybe it'll be better just to have it on the tile. We'll just see. Making sure I save. We'll pop this guy in a full frame. I'm gonna make some lunch because I'm hungry. So just paste. And then we'll add text. somewhere. Where's the middle of the page? And then we'll just estimate. And then I'll just turn my camera off. I will be right back. go. See if I can turn the AC off for a little bit. Trying to remember how long I was going to stream for. What's in my schedule? Oh, can't I see that when I'm live? That's right, I think it was till 4, so we'll see how we go. I don't need that anymore. Close. Just click off that. Alright, I don't think the aircon's going to be off for very long because it's starting to get hot already, but... okay, so we've got those there. Oh, that's right. So I was gonna reposition these, so we'll delete that. Use. I want him maybe there. Maybe there. And then duplicate. Alright. And then we'll add I don't like how that's getting stuck. Something like that anyway. So I think I'll do the same for the front, where I sort of had that like lava coming down the sides. So let's do that. We'll just build up a little bit here. having like little bits spill over. I think will look cool. Sort of blend the two bits together. You can probably do that just by inflating a little bit too. Looking good. He's looking pretty good. We're probably very close to like having him sort of done, and then we'll add, as I said, some asymmetrical parts, so some individual dribbles that will break up the asymmetry on him, but this is looking good. We'll probably move on to something else after this as well. Just checking something quickly. Yes, no. Still saying one. Maybe it counts me as the one. was it doing? I want to test out. Still not sure what I'll do with the head. It's just want to add some surfaces for people to paint on here. Just kind of make it clean. I think that's okay. Maybe move this in a little bit. Kind of get rid of all these sort of where it's polygoned up a little bit, like here. Just smoothing this out. Just make that more prominent, I think. And then smooth this out too. I'm not calling it done, but I'm pretty happy with where this will end. So let's save as 6. Yes. Let's see what else. I don't know how far along this got really. Yeah, see, I was just blocking him out. And then the only other thing was the gate, isn't it? Yeah, and that's still very basic. That's alright. Do I have... Just looking for some reference, I think. So I think I was gonna do shoes on this guy, but I don't think I will. Where's my book? Mm. Gosh, hold on. Alright, so let's just work on the face now. Alright, so I like this shape, but I think the back of the head probably needs to be bigger. So let's... So add some cheeks, I think, to him. Let's add a little more geometry just so I can model in some of the nose and stuff. Spita. I think the nose probably come down a little bit. something like that. I think that we will have their mouth open a little bit. So we'll just pull that away. Sort of create a mouth. We might build out the jaw a little bit too. So we know that we're going to also have like two big front teeth. So let's move that jaw back. So teeth will go in here. Probably some more teeth there. Maybe just some teeth here. Probably not that far. Something like that. It's looking better. Let's delete all this symmetry because we don't need it at the moment. Take that off. Let's build the arm. Probably a bit too much geometry. That's probably better. So we want quite a fat arm, but I think I want like some fur coming off, and then we'll build sort of like a jacket to go around it. So if the jacket kind of is like this, we'll just mark that up there. So we'll have the jacket and then the top of the shoulder coming down. It's probably too high. Maybe up a little bit. And we'll just make that a little more defined. And then we're going to make this look like fur. We will play around with that anyway. Let me just pull this down. So we'll play around with that, and then we'll have like more of a skin thing going on here, and maybe some tufts coming off the arm. Not thrilled with the face, but we'll work on that in a second. Try and make the head too probably separate model piece, and just have a few switch outs as well. So we've got the jacket there. And the helmet. So for this, it would probably be something like probably something like that, and then the hands will do like some fur and skin on as well, just so that there's a bit of variation. We might not do all the shoulder. It kind of does break it up a little bit. So the body, I mean, we'll pretty much just follow this vest, I think. So if the vest comes down, say like to there, and around there. this at the bottom. Something like that. And this would connect up here. Add a belt around there. Something like that. Probably doesn't need to be that big. I mean, this is still very rough, so I probably need to make a neck piece there. Starting to take some shape. So the legs. Let's delete this. I think the foot needs to come back a little bit. I'm still wondering if I do boots or not. I mean, they're working a mine, so probably. We'll do some kind of boot. Let's add some geometry. Really hard edge on this like toe cap, I think. And we'll do this same on the heel cap as well. Sorry, just looking at the results for the Smash Day, because I didn't actually stay till the end. I can't remember which characters everyone played. So I lost both my games. So pretty much at the bottom of the table. As I said, it was fun, but I'm just no good at that anymore. I was gonna have this too. I wasn't able to go get coffee, and probably best just to save a bit of money and have what's in the fridge already. Alright. Boop, boop, boop. I really try to be good as well with just obviously spending time on this, but also just playing less, trying to play just less games, or if I am going to play something, sort of commit to one title. So like my Steam library is pretty empty, if not completely, will be completely empty soon, and then I'll just focus on one title at a time. Because again, like a lot of people, friends included, but I'm sure it's a huge meme over the internet. People just buy everything on Steam sales and then never play them. And there are games that like I'm just disappointingly bad at that I really enjoy, but either feel like I don't put in the effort, or like they just become draining. Like I freeze up, like the Dark Souls games, for instance. I really enjoy what the design is and the concept, but my body just freezes up when I'm playing them, and I just can't do it. So I just need to work on a way to play them so that I can maybe find mods to make it easier or something like that. We'll see. So this is supposed to be like the tongue of the shoe, so let's just do something like this. And then we'll push this down as well. Yeah, it's already starting to look a bit better. You have a nice sort of surface to paint here. And we'll just kind of flatten but also round that off a little bit too. And then we'll pop some holes here for the laces to go into later. We won't make it too complicated, maybe 4 and 4. Make that one a bit higher. There we go. should probably build a heel in too. So we'll put a heel in. And then let's just see where, okay, so we didn't really build. That's fun. We'll use the leg as is at the moment. And we'll just build a shoe edge. We'll add a little more geometry. Just so that we can pinch this together. And we'll do the same here. It's starting to look more like a shoe now, which is good. 3 hours already. So even with those changes, let's just go in and go duplicate, mirror, duplicate, mirror, duplicate, mirror. We're starting to get something. I feel like there's something wrong with the body. Let's have a quick look here. It's hard with having clothes, but it's very square. I think I want him to be more round, but at the bottom. So what we might do is just go like this, and then we'll delete. Come on. Delete. And just move that. I think it's literally just too square, so I'll pull all this in. and the hits will probably be bigger, and then we'll just add some geometry here. We'll get rid of you. And then we'll do the same as we did with the arms, and just give some fur. Something like that. So now if we duplicate and mirror that, perfect. And then duplicate, mirror, duplicate, mirror. He's definitely starting to come along. There'll be a tail as well. So we'll do that. I'm just gonna turn the AC back on. It's getting hot. Actually do the same to the underbelly as well. Just have some of that fur coming down there. So geometry. So something like this as well. Because don't need to worry too much about the belt, because we will build a separate one. In fact, I'll just start flattening that off. So I'm just masking out the belt, because I think this will be the easiest way to build it. And then we get extracts. And we'll do pretty big thickness, probably not that big. That should be fine, and then we'll accept. And that'll give us at least something to work with. So we'll give it some geometry. Probably not that much, maybe a bit less. We'll just go around and smooth it all first. And then we'll go into the ghost mode and just you still can't move. Is it this one here? Yeah, there we go. Because we can also use like a flattened brush to give it an edge as well, and get rid of those lumps a little bit in the process. It's starting to look a little better. And then we'll just square this off a little bit. Because we'll put something round there, so like we'll do a sphere for now. Where'd that sphere go? Maybe something like that, and then we can just kind of move this so that it feels more attached. Maybe even there. Yeah, something like that anyway. It's actually coming along a lot better than I thought it was going to be. Let's restructure this neck. This will also attach into the shoulders. And that's already looking a heap better. Hopefully they'll be fun to play with too. Let's do the teeth, because that's going to be a pretty iconic piece as well. Something like that, and then we'll actually make it tooth shape. So we will don't need that anymore. Maybe a bit more geometry. Maybe a bit more. And the teeth aren't actually straight, so we'll add a little bit of a curve. Maybe make them a bit longer. And then let's just move it. So I think that should be fine. Let's just see what that looks like duplicated. Oh, pretty much perfect. Just give this a bit of an edge. And cut into that a little bit. Starting to get shape of the vest as well. Yeah, he's looking good. I like that. So let's save as, we'll make it the second one. Give him an eye. Just like a little one like that, I think. There? Yeah, no, probably there. I mean, that's probably what it was missing. I know we still got the hands to do, but definitely starting to look rodent-ish. We will just add, I'm gonna add a little more geometry to their face. Probably do something like that, and then we'll probably do some whisker holes as well. We won't put whiskers on the actual model because they'd be too fragile, but if we do a couple there, and we'll make them probably a little more subtle. Something like that. And so now that we have the eye there, we can probably reshape this a little bit too. We might do some tufts off the cheek, but we'll see when we get to that. Let's just kind of blend this in a little bit. Okay, so what are we going to do with this vest? I mean, I was just going to put some pockets on him, maybe? Oh, I want to do some paneling. I don't need that. Don't need that. So... We'll just do this because this will be smarter actually. That'll be good. And then we were going to just going to add some pockets as well. Maybe like there. And then I think if I just duplicate that and then do something like that, and we've got a top pocket thing as well, except what we might do is just go here. Yeah, something like that, and then duplicate. Yeah, so he's coming along pretty well now. Some pockets, probably too small for his hands, but that's alright. Some sort of like definition with fur and stuff like that. Oh my god. I didn't realise how tired I was. Not, yeah, just wasn't tired when I got, like, once I dropped my mate off at the train station. Yeah, there we go. Let's do the shoelaces. We'll probably do that with a sphere. We do that, and then we should be able to just like, let's just reset this. And then we'll go like duplicate. This doesn't have to be too accurate. So like that. And then this one we'll duplicate again. Something like that anyway. Probably looks a bit bulky. But I mean, that'll do. And maybe I'll just do bands across, you know, like yeah, something like that anyway. Save that. Actually, well then let's just do the bands on this foot then. So if we'll do the same as the belt. We'll mask. Extracts. Perfect. Give it some jumps. Probably too much. Probably too little. It's probably better. So we'll just smooth this off. And we'll make it a little thinner. And then we'll just bend the edges. And then we'll duplicate, move up. I think I like this better. It feels more industrial too. And again, wool shape is way better when it's all in position. might have a think on how that one plays out. Should probably do the hands. How many fingers moles have? I probably have 5. But we don't have to do 5. Maybe we'll do 4. I feel like 4 is probably good. We'll definitely do some fur coming off the back, I think. I actually did this for a D&D game. Let me get the model. So these are actually a Star Wars creature. That I used in a D&D game. This is going to focus. And I used a similar technique on him. They were impossible though to print because of the thin tail, so when I do the tail for these guys, I'll just have to make sure that it's like a lot of it's connected to the body maybe. Let's do that now. The thing I always forget about this is that you need a little bit of the, you actually need to start on both ends, otherwise like the geometry doesn't form around that end part. It's really weird. I don't know if they fix that in later editions, but let's do something like, so how are the tails done on the skate binding? It's kind of like to the side. Okay. So I'll probably do mine like, we will do that, and then we'll just rotate. So why is that not in the middle? It's better. Probably doesn't need that much geometry. Probably still too high. And then we'll just keep that curve going, I think. Yeah, something like that. And then obviously we'll do the like ring cuts, but we might do that once we're starting to pose, because those will get deformed. So considering we went from, well, let me just, I didn't save as a new one, but considering what we had before, that's looking pretty good. So he's looking good. We might just make this like a bit bigger. Or like tiny. That's probably better. Nice. So we do need to do the hands. I'm dreading doing those. But I think we've got a good start to the rest of the model. And that'll be one of the like default guys. So we'll do probably one holding a pick and a lantern, and then one holding a rifle, and then maybe one holding TNT, so dynamite. Hopefully the aircon hasn't been too bad today. I'm just trying to think of what else I need to do for the rest of the day. But let's do a render of the spell. Perfect. So a few more minutes till 4 hours actually. It's crazy. Let's go here. Let's go back to what we actually started with today. Yeah, this is looking sick. I can't wait to see some people paint this up. I think this will be really cool. So we did some of the mole mining dude, and then this guy, the molten worm, is almost done. So I probably should start writing some rules, because without rules these are just miniatures, as cool as they are. Yeah, so slowly building that up. We'll start hopefully getting access set up for some Discord channels, and making sure things are shared around all the social medias, making sure people can find all of that, and then yeah, go from there. And we'll just wait for this to take down to 4 hours. Just trying to think. No, it's just been a long, feels like a long morning, just because I woke up a little later today, and not rush, but it was basically eat and then start streaming, and had lunch, so that's good. As I said, probably start writing some rules so that we can get some test games going. I need to build some terrain as well, so we might have a look at doing that next, because that'll be a little different. Trying to work out what size everything's going to be, board sizes and things like that. I think I know what the dice will be, but we'll all come with play testing, really. A lot of math to work that out too. Oh, the photo book that Dad and I put together should arrive tomorrow. That's good. We're really excited to see that. Yeah, very. Was surprised at how well this actually all worked out. Actually, while we've got a couple more minutes, let's just append a cylinder and just see, because this isn't because the rock formation isn't symmetrical, to see how big we actually need to make the base. Probably something like, move that down a bit, move him down a bit. Yeah, probably. Probably that's fine. Maybe a little bit smaller. And then if we just duplicate that, pop that there. Something like that anyway. That'll be good. Alright, it's 3 past 2. I think that's pretty good. I think I might try in future to go till 4, but as it's the first weekend one, I think that'll be fine, and we did achieve quite a bit, so let's just, we did save that, so let's end it there. So I'll put up some promotional stuff, and hopefully we can get some people coming into the channel to watch, and yeah, we'll go from there. Alright, thank you, cheers, bye.